Damn, what is up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. That's the easy part to say, the part where I say the same thing every time. And now it's the part where I have to make shit up constantly. But I think I feel pretty happy to be here with you. To be able to talk about nothing for a long time. Because you know what I do is I read and I watch people talking on YouTube, and I think about topical issues like constantly, or well, not constantly, but lately I've been doing that a lot, thinking so much about things that matter, apparently, things that ostensibly matter. And I think to myself, I'm a smart guy. I got an opinion on this stuff. I should say something. But then if I start to try to formulate something to say, I hesitate. Because as I start to formulate it, as I start to say something, you know, if I start to write something or something like that, the opposite viewpoint comes up to me. I'll write something, I'll look at what I've written, and I'll be like, that's not totally true. As soon as I write it, now I'm like, I see the counter argument as valid as well. But usually that happens just in my mind, even before I say or write anything. And so I stay silent about things a lot. Even though in my mind it's like this intense dialogue going on. And here in Walking and Talking, I can talk in a way that I hope is somewhat reflective of that process of moving towards truth as a continuing process that doesn't end. Hence the length, the duration, the continuous talking, the continuous, revising of what I'm saying. A lot of self-doubt comes up. So much self-doubt, in fact, that I'm having to battle it often just in order to manage to keep talking, to not just totally choke myself off out of embarrassment or self-disgust. It's kind of trying to manage to remain in some equilibrium that's neither choked off by self-disgust nor overly confident and self-assured, but recognizing that, I don't know, just talking in a way that for me feels reflective of the nature of life, I guess. And, you know, it's partly maybe that this apparent geographical distance that is putting myself somewhere relatively isolated in order to talk helps in a way. I don't know, if I'm sitting there looking at the internet, I'm getting all riled up, I gotta say something, because what these people are saying is wrong, or something like that. Or I'm agreeing with somebody and I'm disagreeing with somebody else, and I want to say something, and I feel like what I'm gonna say is gonna piss off everybody. They're gonna come. The mob's gonna come after me if I say what I'm thinking. And then maybe I start to get a feeling of self-righteousness in holding a contrarian opinion. And I'm imagining, yeah, the mob's gonna come after me if I say this. But then at the same time, maybe then I'll encounter a viewpoint coming from the opposite side of what I'm thinking that is actually nuanced and well articulated, and I'll be like, okay, I see that too. But what I'm saying is, what am I saying? I'm saying that I'm here walking and talking because as of yet, I don't know why. I don't know. I can't really say why. I just am. It's just a thing that I do. It's some kind of version of contributing to some kind of conversation for me. Putting it in a place where it's available. It's in one sense kind of narcissistic, and then I have this 4-hour just personal echo chamber, you could call it. But in another sense, I feel like it's working against that, in that I don't have anything actively present here for me to project my emotions on. That is, I don't have an other here for me to get riled up about, to get pissed at, to label as an enemy or something like that. But I have my own thoughts and am forced to kind of be with them, or you could say choosing to enter into a framework that temporarily forces me to be with these thoughts without any external input. I like slow thinking, you know? Slow responses. It's not that I'm not paying attention. It's as if I get an idea in my mind that I need to express something. I have an idea that I think I need to express, and I keep seeing all the little imperfections in that idea, or the imperfections in the expression of that idea, which prevent me from putting it out there. And that kind of keeps going on and on until I just kind of get myself to do something like this, in which I'm expressing, or I'm sharing, or whatever you want to call it, but not a particular idea per se, I don't think. I mean, definitely not any of the particular ideas that I have been marinating in my mind leading up to this. This is not about laying those out in the way that I have been thinking of them. What it's more of an expression of is that same sort of process of questioning and this internal dialogue. It's more of an expression of that very process than it is of any particular subject matter. And maybe that's what's important, I don't know, for me to say. There's so much of very particular subject matter being expressed, and I'm taking a lot of it in, but I don't seem able to arrive exactly at a confident and succinct response that includes that particular subject matter. It's more as if my response continues to be about the process. Just kind of related, but a different dimension of the subject matter. There's one of those red russulas. And I do talk to people about subject matter. I'll talk to friends about political stuff. Particularly now, when I feel I myself have become, mentally and emotionally engaged in the sort of moral panic that this country is going through. And so I'll talk to friends about it on the phone. Or in person, 6 feet apart. And I hear what they say and I hear what I say, and I recognize that the things that I say don't constitute a concrete, a solid, a self-formed, original opinion or viewpoint, but that they are merely an agglomeration, a combination of other viewpoints that I've taken in. It's a continuation of this observation of the process of identity formation that is so fluid with the outside world. It's contiguous with the outside world. That is, the thoughts, the ideologies that make up myself. And it's a kind of feedback loop. So for instance, if I happen to be congenial to one particular political viewpoint, and it resonates with me and I agree with it, it kind of sticks there in my brain. It affects what I think about myself, who I think I am. That particular political viewpoint becomes a small part of who I am. Even though it came from the outside, I heard somebody else say it. And then, because of that, being in my brain structure, if I come up to another political viewpoint that's opposing to that, then I'm less likely to resonate with that. And then if I come up with another viewpoint that's similar, then it's more likely to resonate with me. And so it kind of compounds this version of myself. It compounds this aspect of myself. And even the process of disagreeing with something else, like forming my identity in opposition to another viewpoint. And so these things kind of compound, and it's like that with pretty much everything that makes up who I think I am. I mean, conceptually, ideologically, and everything. And so when I'm involved in all this conceptualizing, all this political turmoil, I'm looking for my place within it, trying to figure out who I agree with and who I disagree with. I am identified with this thought. But it seems like the more identified I become with it, the less peaceful I feel. Or it's as if it's not as if I ever arrive at a final ideology. It's not as if I ever figure out exactly what I think about something and then I'm at peace, like, oh, I figured it out. But it's this constant negotiation, and I'm trying not to have that become a source of emotional turmoil. In fact, I'm trying to just be able to observe that process while knowing, just kind of knowing what it is, that it is this continuous process, and knowing that it doesn't truly constitute what I am in the fundamental sense, because in the more fundamental sense, what I am is that which is able to observe this process. And if I am able to observe this process, to notice it while it's going on. You know, for me to notice a pattern that I think one way one day and I think another way the other day, to notice that something that I thought was right might not be the ultimate truth, and to hear somebody else's viewpoint and to have my mind changed a little, to be like, oh, I understand that viewpoint, that seems true also. But it's not like, and maybe what I thought before now seems wrong, or maybe it seems true, but it doesn't seem ultimately true. And so maybe I'm holding a couple viewpoints in my mind that seem contradictory to each other, yet they both seem to contain some truth, and that's confusing. But I feel compelled to allow that to keep happening. Because when you see it, when you see that process happening, it is just apparent. That process is apparent and has a kind of truth that supersedes these small relative truths. You know what I mean? Say I have a viewpoint that I think is true, then I encounter another viewpoint that seems to oppose it, but I can also recognize the truth in that viewpoint, and now I have these two contradicting viewpoints that both contain some relative truth. And so what's needed is to kind of synthesize those truths and to figure out what is the truth that in which these two viewpoints are not contradictory, or what is the truth that both of these viewpoints are expressing. And so maybe you trim off some of the fat of each one. You trim off some of the relativity of each one in order to synthesize what's true about both of them into a truth that transcends the two of them, but that contains what was true about each of them. And when you see a truth, when you realize a truth that is relatively more true than a more like subordinate truth. I mean, subordinate is not the right word exactly, but a truth that is relatively closer to being ultimately true than the relative truths that led to it. Then you have to, that more ultimate truth has to take the place of the relative ones. And I'm saying more ultimate because I don't believe that you ever arrive at any actually ultimate truth. It's just something that, it's like a truth that withstands more tests than other truths. So there's two opposing viewpoints and they butt up against each other. They compete against each other. Maybe one of them survives that collision and one of them doesn't. Or maybe certain aspects of either of them survive the collision and certain aspects of them don't survive the collision. But what does survive these validity tests, these, like an ideology that you have and it butts up against reality. it crashes into reality, you have to keep testing ideas against reality and see what survives those collisions. And the things that keep surviving are truths that it's like an evolution of truth, a constant evolution of truth. And so that can happen pretty effectively in dialogue. I think if it's, a good faith dialogue, I sort of hope for that to be happening in walking and talking, even though it is just me here talking for 4 hours. I'm hoping that type of ideas crashing into reality is happening, and I think that it does often. In this episode, I'm not sure, because, to be honest, now that I'm noticing it, I've been speaking kind of about the same topic for almost half an hour now. Kind of explaining and reiterating it. Doesn't seem like a massive amount of different ideas. I don't feel, interestingly enough, I'm not feeling so much internal conflict at the present moment. But also another thing to note is now I'm feeling some kind of change occur in my mind state. And it wasn't something that I was explicitly trying to bring about, but it seemed as if I kind of naturally came to the end of explaining something, and then I started to apply that idea to what's going on more presently. That is, the process that I was explaining for a while, that is being the evolutionary nature of truth via ideas competing against one another, and ideas taking the test of coming up against reality. I then started to kind of naturally question whether that was a strong feature of what I'm doing right now, the way that I'm speaking, because something that I notice a lot, and it's easier to notice in other people than it is to notice in oneself, is what you could say, to put it critically, hypocrisy, or projecting, or to describe it a little more subtly, hopefully, is to be like describing, talking about something whether positively or negatively, in the abstract. So like, you know, I'm talking about abstract as in like not talking about immediate present concrete reality, but kind of describing something more general, or describing something that exists in another place or time than the immediate present. So describing something that my own perception of what other people in the world are doing, my own perception of the current social, political climate from my perspective, and characterizing what's going on or what's not going on or what should be going on. And something that I'll see more often, like when I'm listening or watching somebody else, is them talking about something. Maybe say somebody's talking about something derisively or negatively. Somebody's making a negative valuation of some kind of behavior that they perceive elsewhere. But what's happening is, in their description of that, they end up doing the thing that they're describing, end up doing the thing that they're denouncing without realizing it. I think that's something that I can kind of perceive a lot. You know, more easily in other people, but then I'll sometimes notice that in my negative evaluations of some other person's behavior, that I might notice that I'm doing that myself. I'm doing the thing myself. And so, for an example, maybe I'm listening to somebody talk about something and I perceive them as being close-minded and emotionally reactive. And obviously they're reacting negatively against something else. And in my perception, I'm like, you don't even realize how the closed-mindedness that you're denouncing in somebody else, you're manifesting in your in the reactive nature that you are enacting, that you are manifesting in your denouncement, in the emotional and kind of subject-object duality with which you're denouncing them. And then the next step, if I am able to make it, is me being like, oh shit, look, that's me now. Like that emotional reactivity is now here in this consciousness. And I am doing exactly the thing that I'm judging somebody else for doing. Without realizing it. Or maybe I realize it sometimes. And if we want to kind of look at this phenomenon in sort of a logical way, it's like a chain reaction. One person does something that pisses somebody else off. So somebody else being pissed off then pisses off somebody else, and so on and so on. We get pissed off and reactive in response to other people being pissed off and reactive. But interestingly, if I can recognize myself doing that, if I can see myself getting pissed off and reacting negatively to when I perceive somebody else being pissed off and reactive, if I notice that behavior in myself and notice my pissed off reaction, then the natural response is, oh, now I actually understand exactly where this person's coming from. Or maybe not, if like it's not as if I understand like precisely their exact life experience and all the contextual life experiences they've had that lead to their response, but I can clearly understand the sort of shared nature of their and my emotional states, you know? I'm pissed off because I perceive them being pissed off. Or I feel self-righteously offended by their kind of self-righteous indignity. And so maybe instead of continuing that reaction, I can maybe once in a while have the wherewithal to just perceive that reaction and then perceive the unity between our states, my state and their state. And interestingly, like, that can completely change one's perception of other people in the world. And maybe instead of me perceiving, maybe next time, instead of me perceiving somebody as being a closed-minded asshole, I can actually empathize with that response and understand and be able to perceive more closely like what's shared between us. Maybe even so, like, instead of perceiving like a person being an asshole, it's like perceiving just a sort of manifestation of a life process that involves whole histories of experiences that are so interconnected with my own experience. And when that happens, it's kind of a process of softening of identity, which I don't know, can be kind of uncomfortable. Well, it can be painful if I'm like in a state of like trying to grasp onto something solid. Trying to grasp onto something solid about my identity, which something I'm probably finding myself doing all the time when I am in the midst of society. And sometimes it might feel like trying to swim against the stream to resist the temptation to form a solidified identity. But once I can get into that, it can feel less like resistance and more like balance. To just find one's orientation in the midst of turbulence. But once that orientation is found, it's like you no longer necessarily perceive turbulence, or you recognize that turbulence as actually a perception, if that makes any sense. Or the discord that we see in the world actually being a reflection of discord within ourselves. And I'm not talking about like you magically change the world by changing your perception. You know, I understand you may have this objection that constitutes insulating oneself from the harsh reality of other people's suffering. Which I totally understand, and that's an important objection, but it's not exactly the spirit of what I'm talking about. It's as if, you know, it's like, not that any of the particular concrete manifestations of reality are somehow magically changed. And it's not that there's no longer suffering, or it's not as if you've magically gotten rid of the suffering and the turbulence by changing yourself. But what it is kind of a viewpoint, that a somewhat transcendent viewpoint, in which you can see everything that's going on as kind of meant to be going on. And I feel as if someone's going to quickly take that the wrong way. As if it's not that I'm saying that the woes that you perceive in society are all meant to be. I'm not by any means taking up this Leibniz point of view of this is the best of all possible worlds. Because I understand that is a philosophical vantage point that can be taken up ignorantly in order to be able to disavow or obscure or ignore one's own responsibility to the world. A position, like a philosophical position that is too congenial to being in a dominating position societally, that everything is meant to be this way, that God ordained it this way. Luckily, I happen to be at the top of the feeding chain. That's not what I'm talking about. It's like a transcendent viewpoint in which you can accept everything, including what you would conventionally acknowledge as evil and as suffering and tragic. All of that, accepting that, as well as accepting the struggle against that. Kind of from this vantage point, accepting both sides of those things. Accepting both sides of good and evil as being, as belonging in this reality. And from this vantage point, good and evil are not really useful or pertinent descriptors of anything. They're unified into each other. But you know, and then one could realize that and also understand that in many other points of their life that they will be operating from that more relative stance, that relative perspective of seeing good and evil as separate and always attempting to align themselves with good and attempting to get rid of the evil, whether it be in themselves or in others. Because, you know, who identifies with the evil? It's as if good is analogous to the truth that one feels from one's own subjectivity. You know what I mean? We all have a subjectivity, and at core, none of that is evil, you know? It's not like evil is a fundamental quality of anybody's being. You know, to themselves. It's like everyone thinks in some way or another that they are good, or even just trying to be good, trying to root out the evil from ourselves. Howdy. And even if one sees oneself as being a bad person or something, that still implies that you are fundamentally, ultimately identified with what's good. Just in the fact that you're able to identify the evil in order to orient yourself more towards goodness. And I think that that's ultimately the same as true happiness or joy. Like it's as if but I gotta turn back from that tangent because I'm going too far off on this tangent. And returning to saying that for me, the only movement that brings me any feeling of peace or joy is that what is the movement that feels oriented towards transcendent truth or transcendent good or transcendent beauty. That is the forms of truth, goodness, and beauty that unite the opposites, that synthesize these, opposing versions of truth that conflict with each other. Because if I can see these opposing versions of truth and how they conflict with each other, but yet they both contain some truth, it's like the only way for me to move now that's going to give me any feeling of peace or resolution or progress is going to be in the movement that can resolve the conflict between those two. And realize the truth that is contained in both of them. And like the same goes with a kind of goodness. So what if I perceive two currents, two kind of moral currents, that seem to conflict with each other in terms of their claims to goodness, their claims to morality. Again, I'm compelled to continue to test those two claims to morality against reality and can only proceed in the direction that resolves the conflict. Just like think about, what if I think that there's a particular way to be good in the world, or all of us, we have some form of morality. We have some conception of morality that guides our actions. But what if we come into contact with someone else's apparent conception of morality that seems to conflict with ours? So we see somebody doing something shitty. It's kind of imperative to really understand, like, what is the viewpoint that leads them to do that, because they're not doing things, obviously they're not doing things feeling as if they are identified with evil. So we need to have a worldview that can encompass those other worldviews. And what I don't mean is that you just condone everything else and be like, everybody else's viewpoint is just as true as mine, or just as developed as mine, because obviously we can see other viewpoints that really clash with reality. Or that are kind of insufficient with a broader understanding of reality. Like a child growing up will have a more limited understanding of an adult's worldview, a less complex understanding of the world than an adult. And we won't say that that child is like evil or something like that for having that worldview, that less complex worldview, that relatively limited worldview. But our worldview as adults accommodates that child's worldview and gives it compassion and space to grow and evolve, ideally. Where have I come up to? Just a dead end? No trespassing over there. All right. But a hard thing for me is to keep letting go of past versions of myself. Or to keep integrating them into a more expansive experience. And kind of amazingly, this process of walking and talking right now is such a conducive framework for me personally to remain oriented and moving towards a more expansive experience of the world and better understanding of other people, like a more complex and nuanced and empathetic understanding of other people. It's weird. It's weird. Like I'll spend like all that time I spend reading political shit on the internet and formulating ideas. And feeling kind of anxious and riled up and like, what am I gonna do about all of this? And I'm thinking to myself about walking and talking. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about walking and talking, when I'm in my normal life. Because I'm like, how am I gonna address all these false perceptions and limited viewpoints that are circulating on the internet? How am I gonna address them all? I'm so mad. And I can't figure out how to express my political ideology. And then I come out here. I just come out here with kind of a feeling of desperation, to be honest. Like, come out here because I don't know what to do, because I don't know what else to do. I don't know how to find any kind of resolution or peace among all these things. So I just come out here with like a feeling of it being in some ways like a last resort or something. Like having gone through a few days of feeling really anxious about what the hell am I doing in the world? I'm watching and listening to all these other people operating in the world. They're doing something. They're involved. And here I am sitting in my house reading, and I feel inert and inactive and anxious to do something, but feel all sorts of conflicting feelings about what to do, getting so riled up and confused. And then I have some kind of feeling, some kind of memory of being like, well, it seems like like a lot of times I go out and walk and talk, and I discover some kind of peace, even though from my current perspective it seems like such a dumb and narcissistic thing to do, you know. From any logical standpoint, when I'm sitting at home reading the internet, the idea of going out and making a 4-hour video of myself talking continuously seems like such a pointless thing to do. And on the surface, it is. And, you know, it's like half, if not most of the YouTube comments are like, this is so pointless, you're wasting your life, sort of thing. People that kind of take it on that surface level of the sort of superficial concept of what this is. And I take it that way myself sometimes, which can be one of the difficulties of me, like, staying motivated to keep doing it. It's hard to stay motivated to keep doing this. But now I'm doing it, I'm inside the reality of it. It's once again just like this, it's a wonderful feeling. It is like it's an act of resolving all of the internal conflict that I feel. It's an act of discovering what my personal response is to all the opinions and information that I'm taking in. It's like, this is it. And I don't mean that in the definitive sense. I say it's an act of that because it's active, it's moving, it's progress. It's not a solid thing. It's not a solid stance. I don't think, maybe other people can perceive it as being such, but let me tell you, the more we perceive anything external to us as solid and concrete, the more that characteristic manifests in ourselves. That is, the more solidified we become ourselves, because our perception of external reality is nothing more than a reflection of our subjective reality, of our subjective experience, the way that our consciousness is currently structured in the current moment. But it seems like a tension has to build up with me. I noticed that pattern. Like, now I'm describing the wonderfulness of this experience of walking and talking, and this peaceful feeling of the movement and catharsis and resolution of internal conflicts. I recognize that that's also somewhat dependent, in a way, on the building up of those internal conflicts. And it's as if the more those conflicts are built up, the more power they release upon their, what should I say, like catalyzation. It's like a potential energy building up for a chemical reaction. But in my remembered experience of this conflict, it's so bad. It's like I feel lost. I feel completely lost. I feel despair and depression and hopelessness and just all this inner turmoil of not knowing what the hell I'm doing in the world, not knowing what the hell I'm doing with my life. And even a feeling of that, like being endless, like that's gonna persist forever. And it also, like, disturbingly feels like the truth. It feels as if that meaninglessness and pointlessness and negativity is the total truth of reality. And in a sense, it is. But it's just that it's not the total truth. It's the truth of that moment. And now, in this moment, something opposite to that is true. And so here I am, able to perceive two truths that totally oppose each other. One of these truths being that of conflict, meaninglessness, hopelessness, doom, just doom for the world. It's all doomed, Deadly pandemic, moral panic, intensifying political polarization about shit. Increasing violence and feeling this like this just like ratcheting up of societal tension that's like gonna fucking snap, and there's just gonna be all this like this just like feeling of impending bloodshed, on the societal level. Like, what the fuck is gonna happen? Like, and the just like total lack of any kind of security for the future of our society. Just like watching it just come off the tracks and just get worse and worse. The world feeling like a train wreck, and me personally feeling totally powerless to do anything about it, totally confused as to what I even could do. It seems like everything that I could do, like, kind of like would feed into it in one way or another. So that being like one side of a truth, and now the truth that seems more true in this moment I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's exactly the opposite of that. But it's something like it is a type of optimism, I could say. A type of optimism, an optimism that this tension that I see building up in myself, that seems hopeless sometimes, in actuality can and does transform into an opposite experience of reality, where truth and goodness and beauty actually are starting to show up, to be moving in the direction of more truth, more goodness, and more beauty, is something that I feel happening just personally, individually, like within this walking and talking episode. This thing that I, from in other moments, like feel like is a stupid narcissistic thing to do, but now inside of this reality it feels vividly real and peaceful and good, and like I'm moving. The tension inside myself is moving along. For now, at least, you know? And that I have some kind of grasp on a direction, an orientation towards truth, goodness, and beauty. I'm sorry for saying that so much, but and to be able to feel that at the same time as holding the truth of the fucked upness of the world, and holding the truth of this seemingly insanely ratcheting up tension societally. Like, if I can be so bold as to draw an analogy between the inner and outer, and in my experience, like they very much are contained within each other and mirror each other, then in addition to the pessimism, I may also hold on to a grain of optimism that this tension is part of a process of movement towards movement for society, progress for society, peace even, maybe, you know, and not as an ultimate static achievement or end point, but as a process. Peace as a process. that this conflict that exists right now, it is possible to perceive it as being a part of the process of peace, a part of the movement of the evolution of society. Tension building up into an unbearable amount, but the more I feel like I can perceive it as being kind of inextricably linked to its apparent opposite of being societal peace and tolerance and reasonable, clear thinking. Then I feel like I can be with it more tolerably and relate to it more productively with a little bit wider perspective. Without reacting to it in a way that cranks up the internal tension in myself to an unbearable degree. But, lest I become overly peaceful and then complacent, I better just I have to kind of stay actively involved in this process. Here, walking and talking, actively talking, which means actively thinking and formulating my thoughts in relation to my understanding of the general public's thinking on things. That is, I am speaking in a way that I hope to be at least legible to you, and I am holding you in my mind, I guess, as an abstraction, but also as very real. So I'm holding you in my mind, and I'm formulating my thoughts with you in mind. And so to continue with this process of talking, in a way, even though it's only happening as kind of a monologue here, at least within my experience, it's like there is some kind of dialogue taking place. I mean, but the dialogue is between what I perceive as myself and what I perceive as the rest of the world. And I'll put an asterisk on that because ultimately those things are just two facets of the same thing. But it has an effect of holding an accountability to what I say. And I'm seeing this as also metaphorical for being in the world. That is, I can't become too peaceful and complacent in my thinking, because then it loses touch with reality. It has to keep crashing into reality, keep evolving, even when that's painful. Like, for instance, me now, retrospectively being able to view and pass several of the past several days of total anxiety about politics and society, and how they relate to my personal experiences, to now be able to retroactively view all that discomfort as a productive and important process. Not just for me personally, but in terms of my relation with the world. And like in a weird way to like go through the profound discomfort and anxiety and despair even with relation to my conception of what's happening in the world, being kind of indirectly I guess you know, I was gonna say like indirectly my like a form of contribution to the world, or a form of contribution to the conversation, or at least an important component of the process of contributing to the conversation that the world is having, which sounds like tooting my own horn, like a self-justification, and it is in a way, because I think now a better way to put that is like a less dualistic way to talk about that process is like there's a dialogue going between the perceived self and the perceived world that is full of conflict. And this internal tension really is just one more manifestation of the world. It's part of, it's contributed to by the tension that is a manifestation of the world in this moment. And they're just kind of co-evolving, but not even really separate, but a perception of separateness. A subject-object dualism, you know, this deep anxiety about what am I gonna do for the world? The world out there is going to shit, and if only they could understand what I understand, things could be so much better. Things could be so much better if the world just did these particular things. How are the people out there so insane? That sort of feeling. But the resolution of that not really coming in the form so much of me imposing my particular subject matter viewpoints on the world, but I guess in my experience, a little bit of dissolution of that subject-object dichotomy, and a somewhat more coming to peace with the processes that are the world at the moment, and being able to see these processes as being as inextricable of aspects of the world as anything else, or the processes that the world is manifesting in this moment being inextricable from what I would conceive of as a better world, if that makes any sense. Like, I can conceive of ways in which the world could be so much better, and frog, in my opinion, if only people could understand what I understand. And there being a conflict in that, because it's like, obviously not everyone in the world has the same viewpoint as me, and Like just wanting them to have that, or even like trying to get them to have that point of view. Just wishing that they had it entails this conflict. But here I am talking on YouTube. So another sense of interpreting this is me communicating my viewpoint. And I guess it is, in a sense. Well, you know, obviously it is. And I am still noticing this process happening where I notice the incompleteness of what I'm saying as I'm saying it, or I notice the hypocrisy of what I'm saying as I'm saying it. That is, I notice myself saying something and I realize that I may be doing what I'm denouncing, or I may be doing the opposite of what I'm praising, what I'm advocating. I keep, realizing aspects of the viewpoint that I'm describing that I was previously unaware of, or not fully cognizant of, that constitute limitations, or becoming aware of contextual factors involved in what I'm saying and how I'm saying it. That seem like they need to also be incorporated into what I'm saying if I am to be continually moving in the direction of truth. It's so funny. It's like anytime that I feel the notion that I'm in possession of a superior truth that I can want to convey onto you to change your mind, anytime that I think that I have a superior, am in possession of a superior truth to communicate, I might start proceeding in that way, but then I'll kind of realize that there is a part of that I was ignoring. That is, there's some contextual factor involved in that truth that I wasn't fully cognizant of. Look at that mushroom. What mushroom is this? What is this? What? It looks kind of like a chicken of the woods, but like round. What? What is this guy? It's so nice. There's another one down there. I might be losing focus a little. I'm trying to think of an example. So an example might be several minutes ago when I was spending a long time talking about orienting oneself along with a transcendent sort of process of truthing. I guess I could put it that way. Or talking about something akin to the ability to emotionally accept what's going on in the world as being a sort of necessary or inextricable component of moving towards better society. Something like that. And while I was saying that and feeling this feeling of peace or movement in myself, or feeling some form of confidence that I am oriented towards truth and goodness. It's like simultaneously I recognize the conditions with which make possible my very current position and material existence. The particular factors that provide for me to be physically here, geographically here, temporally here, conditionally here, relatively isolated with people, able to find some physical solitude and relative peace found in nature along a path. I can be in a forest that gives me some respite from the stinking hot day it is today. If I had been in the city, dang, it was like 97, I would be sweating, I'd be sweltering in my dang city block. But here I am, able to get out into the country and go into this forest where it's like way more cool and pleasant. Do you think maybe that has something to do with my ability to feel peaceful and accepting of what's happening in the world? Of course. And all the hereditary cultural factors and every darn single life experience that is inextricably connected with this particular expression of my being. It's all a part of that. And when I keep in mind all of that, all of the interconnection, all the dependencies, everything that what makes up I is dependent on, both temporally, reaching back into history, and spatially, as in the material, societal, political interconnections, relations between me and the world. I particularly think about material relations of the world, the material existence that keeps me sheltered and fed and comfortable enough to stay alive and do things. A road. Do I want to cross this road? Nah. When I keep in mind all of these interconnections, I mean, and it's like everything is so completely interconnected that it's all, it expands to all just oneness, or it reduces to all just oneness. And like in realizing that, my perspective becomes that I'm not in possession of any kind of truth that is separate from the truth of the world that everyone has access to. Of course, there's a point in which everyone's perspective is completely relative and individuated and different, and can resonate or conflict in various ways with all those other individuated viewpoints. But ultimately, all those individuated beings, viewpoints, perspectives are so interconnected and part of this wholeness that the more you try and successfully move towards transcendent or ultimate truth. Hi there. I'm venturing to go out on a limb, to stick my neck out there and say that these truths start to converge into one. Into one sort of truthness that is like kind of like emptiness, in that it doesn't have characteristics per se. Don't tell anyone else I said this. It's between you and me. Just between you and me. Just between you and me. I think that there's an ultimate truth that things that relative truths converge towards. But it's a vanishing point. It's not a destination with solidity. It's an emptiness. It's a black hole, not in a negative sense, but just in emptiness, something that you can only be oriented and moving towards, but never arrive at. Kind of a singularity. And that the relative truths, the individuated viewpoints, those which apparently conflict with each other are all extensions of this singularity. Damn, I love it. Maybe I'm bipolar. Maybe I am on just a fucking manic high right now. Because I know that like soon after this I'm just gonna like feel like shit again and feel completely mired in the conflict of the world and in myself. I'm gonna feel completely like torn up and in anxiety and despair from societal and global and personal conflicts. And I'll once again be thinking, walking and talking is the stupidest thing ever. How do I make such stupid videos all the time? Why do I keep doing it? Is what I'll be thinking to myself. And I'll feel so lonely and isolated again. Because I don't feel that way now. I feel no loneliness or isolation right now. I feel a profound connectivity among everything. Something hopped in there. Oh, there he is. A pickerel frog. Boing. You know, I feel particularly connected. I feel more connected than I might feel even in friendly company sometimes. But it just seems, in my experience, like these opposites like keep manifesting each other. For instance, on one hand, I may spend several days feeling isolated, alienated, profoundly alone in the world, conflicted, despairing about my own future and the future of the world. A profoundly negative meaninglessness to everything, and then bingo bango bongo, just like that, I'm like, I'm so connected with everything, and it's all has meaning and all this shit. I'm no longer alone. Aloneness was just an illusion of my limited perception. And so I'll feel this openness for a while, and I'll probably feel a good after effects of this for a little while, you know. After this walking talking is over and I'll upload it, I'll probably feel a lot chiller for the rest of the day, at least, than the preceding few days, in which I'm racking my brain for what to do. Should I keep walking and talking? Should I say something about things? Should I write a book? Who am I? And then I'll get back to that state shortly after this. But I've found that I can't like recreate this experience by walking and talking every day necessarily. Like, I can't just have a profoundly transcendent opening up experience every day just by walking and talking every day. Like, if it's like I'm trying for that, then it goes wrong. Then I'll come out and start walking and talking, and I'll just feel something really wrong. You know? Any form, like, it's like any form of expectation that I have about walking and talking is a trap. And it's nearly impossible not to have any expectation. Like, we always have some expectations of things based on our experience. And so I am trying to keep my mind clear as clear as possible, as clear as I can. Of expectations and of solidified notions of things. When I come out to walk and talk and like trying to be open to whatever type of experience manifests in the walking and talking. But inevitably, I'll get caught up on certain things, or I'll start walking and talking and just I'll get into a negative cycle sometimes where I'm like, this is stupid, what I'm doing is stupid. And I'll build up so much anxiety that I just have to stop walking and talking as if I'm going to freak out. And I think that like little like mini like breakdowns like that are kind of necessary in life. Or at least they seem to be kind of an important part of my life. Part of moving forward. So it's like whether they happen off the camera or on the camera, I guess. But it's interesting to me. It's very interesting to me the way in which me talking about the world and myself and kind of general paradigmatic phenomena, if you will, is relating to personal, just very personal experiences in a way that they don't seem separate. Yeah. And I'm thinking about a lot of the negative reactions I've had recently towards certain social phenomena. You know, negative reactions towards a lot of things. You know, just looking at the internet and be like, this is dumb. This is gonna make the world worse, not better. That sort of thing. A lot of those. And building these things up in my mind, like I gotta speak out against these negative behaviors, these negative social phenomena, these sentiments that are unself-consciously making the world a worse place, I'm thinking to myself. But at the same time, I'm thinking to myself, what then is the positive response? If what I'm viewing at the world doesn't seem right for me, like what is the right thing for me to do? What's the right way for me to be in the world that is not just defined as a negative, as a reaction against something, but is an affirmative, that is an affirmative for me, an affirmative way for me to be in the world. And I'm kind of feeling in this walking and talking episode that this is that, and that because it's a way in which I feel really pleasantly free of reacting negatively against what anybody else is doing, how anybody else is being in the world right now. Ooh, toad. Hello. Boop. 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 Bye. Bye. Aw. And I'm fully aware that I'll continue to probably have negative reactions to what many other people in the world are doing, or interestingly, like I'll have not just negative reactions to the way people are in the world, but I'll have envious reactions, like or what's common with me is that I'll feel envious upon seeing another person finding a way to be in the world that feels positive for them, but recognizing that that particular way of being in the world isn't for me, or wouldn't feel positive for me. And so I'll be like I'll see somebody, you know, doing some good in the world, and I'll be jealous, and you know, like they'll get a good social response and everything. It's like they're manifesting belonging in the world, whatever it is they're doing that appears good at least. And I'm like, dang it, like I know you feel good about that. You found a positive expression of your place in the world. And I'll be like, damn it, I can. And then I'll like want to do it, you know. I'll be like, oh, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should raise money for that particular cause or something. Maybe I should make a fundraiser for this organization or whatever, so that I can feel good in the world. But then it's like, no, that's not quite it for me. Like I see the truth and the goodness in that, but I also see the relative truth and goodness in it. I see the relativity of it, and I'm like, that wouldn't quite feel right for me. It would feel too relative to me. It wouldn't feel truthful to me. And so I have to kind of keep searching. I have to keep searching for my own personal position, the way that I can manifest myself in the world in a way that feels true and good and beautiful for me. And sometimes that search lasts a long time. And you're looking around at everybody and you're like, dang it, all these other people are being so good. And I just can't bring myself to be good in the same way that they are. Because it doesn't feel quite right for me. And it has nothing to do with saying that my particular actions, my particular position is in any way a superior one. It's just the one that fits into the puzzle for me. It's the one that actually responds to the way that the other people are fitting into the puzzle. Some people are addressing one particular realm of morality, and I feel like I really need to find another realm of morality, another dimension of reality that might not be as well addressed if I weren't addressing it. And so, yeah, weirdly enough, like, what that ends up looking like for me is often like feeling like a total asshole for extended periods of time. Like, you know, waking up in the morning like, holy shit, I am a fucking piece of shit. You know, comparing myself to other people in the world. Like, holy shit. Occasionally being like, holy shit, I'm like the worst person in the world. And then being like, oh, okay, I'm probably not the worst person in the world. That seems like just statistically, astronomically unlikely. But I'm probably like in the worst 10% or something like that. I don't know. It's like maybe like that's like just a certain form that a kind of like spiritual metabolism is taking place. A form of work, the particular way in which the bad part of reality manifests in my experience. It's like self-loathing a lot of the time, but not, but in a different way than the kind of collective self-loathing that I see around me. It's more of a very like alienated and alone form of self-loathing. Like feeling like I'm just like beyond the pale, beyond hope of ever relating to anybody else, because this perpetuating cycle of further alienation has just like snowballed to where I feel so different from everybody else, so unable to relate in a deep way to what anybody else seems to think about reality, that I will just be a wretched, miserable piece of shit for the rest of my life, and I will thereby be perpetuating wretchedness throughout reality, in every one of my interactions with the world. That sort of feeling. Like that, like it's as if that's a form of work for me. But another way to put it, another way to look at things is that like this is a form of work. What I'm doing now, walking and talking, is a form of work that grants peace of mind, that creates accord in the world, that provides for my harmony in the world, that manifests my personal niche in the world. That's kind of a more positive way to look at it, and maybe all the snowballing negative thoughts, maybe these are just perceptual illusions created in the absence of work, when I have psyched myself out of doing this type of thing because I think it's so stupid sometimes from the outside perspective, or sometimes even when I'm trying to do it, I'm like, this ain't right. Something ain't right. So I have no idea like how I'm gonna proceed in the future. Like, it's not like I know now. It's not like I realize now and I'll keep this realization solid that this is a good thing to do every time. I'm like, because I remember all these other times when I come out to walk and talk and I'm like, something's not right about this. I can't do it. I'm winding myself up. Something about my relation with you, my relationship with the world ain't right. And so occasionally I'll turn off the camera and not do an episode. So yeah, I mean, I can stop thinking about it though, right now. Because here I am, I'm walking and talking now, and I feel more or less fine. But this thought comes to me now that I've been talking too much about myself. I'm making it too much about myself. And that's gonna alienate people, but I don't necessarily think that's the case, because it could very well be the case that you might resonate in some aspect of what I'm saying. Maybe this gives some perspective on some of the ups and downs that you experience in life. And so many times I'll be thinking, I'll be thinking so critically about what I'm doing. A specific example being with walking and talking, I'm thinking it's full of so many imperfections, so many gaps, so many unelegant sentences, such a lack of charisma. It's too boring. It's too amateurishly produced. To be able to hold anybody's attention and make any kind of impact. And so I'll be coming up with all these schemes of how I need to make a more succinct video that conforms a little bit more to standards of production and quality and duration, that will be easier for people to watch, that will get my point across more easily. And I'll be thinking of that, and I'll be like full of conflict. because I'm like, yeah, but I gotta keep my commitment. I gotta keep my commitment to this iterative, durational thing that I started. I gotta finish what I started. But then I'm like, no, it's stupid. You gotta change it up to a better format that will communicate better. And then when I come out and do this, when I just come out and do it, setting all those doubts aside for the moment, I realize that in doing this is about preserving space, creating space for a totally different way of thinking. Where, like, persuading somebody of something is not a goal, is not important. Trying to capture your attention would be pointless. And in fact, would just kind of be adding fuel to the flames of an already existing sort of like psychological, emotional fire that it keeps me all bundled up in anxiety sometimes. And it is really hard to get outside of and get perspective on. And I have to do something like this to remove myself physically from the internet, from looking at the internet, distance myself physically and temporally from that direct communication in order to communicate from a different headspace that is not at all concerned about numbers of likes, audience retention, ad revenue, any of that shit. Not even really concerned about influencing you, per se. But just creating space to orient towards truth and goodness and beauty in the most direct way that I know how. And if it's not sexy on the surface, if it's not attention grabbing on the surface, and it requires some commitment on your part to set aside some of your habit patterns, to step outside of your daily rhythm to some extent, to step outside of your typical way of consuming media, then I feel like that's all the better, because it's like that action on your part is really the way that we're really communicating. It's not exactly like what I'm saying specifically that's important, but it has at least as much to do with your willingness to listen, to give time, to relate to time in a less conventional way, where you're not thinking about temporality as value, you know? You're not thinking about time as money. In order to give yourself to watching or listening to a video like this, I feel like you have to give yourself over to some extent to being at peace with the present moment in a way that for me, like my sort of habitual relation with society doesn't encourage. Well, where the hell am I now? I don't want to walk in the sun. I guess I'll head back. I'm getting really hungry, and there's like the faintest whiff of grilled hot dogs in the air, and it is captivating, enchanting. I've not eaten yet today. And I think it's somewhere around like 1:30, 2 o'clock or so. But I need to drink some water. See, here we are. This is like the real boredom part, the boring part of just drinking water. You are there listening and or watching me drink water. This is a different kind of relation to media and to time. But look, you're there watching me drink water with a different framing than you would typically watch someone drink water. You're watching someone drink water with the framing of why am I watching this person drink water, and what is my relation to this video? Or to put it more succinctly, why the hell am I spending my time watching this video of this guy talking and drinking water? The discomfort, you know? Times my life's passing by. How should I be spending my life? How should I be spending my life? Surely there's something more productive I could be doing than watching this guy drink water and talk about it. But look, you're thinking hard about it. You're engaging with that internal conflict. You're questioning your relationship to time. In one sense, you have a finite amount of it in this body of yours. And in the conventional sense, like thinking about this video in sort of a conventional, rational viewpoint of like how you would describe this video to somebody else. Maybe it's something along the lines, oh, this guy walks and just talks about kind of, I don't know how to describe it, just kind of like anything for 4 hours at a time. He's making it up as he's going along, and it's kind of seems like it's like weirdly about nothing and about everything at the same time. And it's kind of trippy. It gets me into like a weird mind state. But it's kind of peaceful too sometimes. It's kind of a peaceful but trippy mind state that it gets into. Maybe that's something along the lines of how you might describe this video to somebody else. And in that interaction, it probably doesn't sound that cool. Maybe the other person's thinking, okay, all right, I got other things to do. Which is fine. But at the core of this experience of watching this video, it's like there's something going on that's not available in other experiences. There's some kind of shift taking place in your relationship to time and to value and to the world and to things like the notion of productivity and utility and whatnot. Because, one way to put it is, what if taking the time to actually examine our own notions of what productivity, utility are, what truth is, what good is, what beauty is, in deep sense. To make time to really let go of the notion of productivity and of time as this finite, valuable thing. In a way, is that a form of productivity? Is that a form of mental or spiritual work going on? And then maybe we realize, maybe if we start to conceive of it that way, we're cheating because in one sense we could conceptually reinterpret our time as spent this way as productive, in a sense, as doing something good. Maybe we could do that, but then we realize, that's just kind of like an extension of conventional, evaluative, dual understanding of the world. And there is, in fact, a whole nother level beyond that. A way of experiencing time that transcends while including the conventional, evaluative, linear, finite conception of time and of our lives. I'm sort of hinting at something here, but I'm talking about something here, but am I being it? Or am I being about it? Well, when I talk, it seems as if everything that I say can at best be about it. And woo, there went a little garter snake just speeding away like a perfect line, in a perfect line. It's like when snakes move sometimes, you know, and the back of their body just follows exactly the front of their body in exactly the same spots, like they're you know what I'm saying? It's as if there was already a line existing, and the snake just traces it, and it goes so fast and smooth. It's as if the snake's future and past were already existent. And it's like when you see a snake move that way, you know, when its whole body traces exactly that position where its head is at one point, like its entire body passes through that same point of space, it gives you the sense that the snake's future and past, like, are all condensed into, are all here. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. But as I was saying before, it seems as if everything that I say can at best only be about what I'm talking about, and not be what I'm talking about, not embody and actualize what I'm talking about. But on further investigation, what I say also is what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is about what I'm talking about, and is also what I'm talking about. Know what I'm saying? But that brings up the question, okay, what am I talking about? And at this point, what I'm talking about is what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Or another way to put that is, what I'm talking about is what I'm talking about. I love this and am terrified at the same time. Not really. I mean, like I feel adrift in an expansive unknowingness or emptiness, however you want to put it, that is totally unknowable. And I love this at the same time. And I love that you're listening to me. I love that you're listening to me. There's all this water trickling. I wonder if, like, where's the source of this water? It seems to be coming out of the ground here. See that trickle? See, like that, this would be like the spot to look for if you were dehydrated and you didn't have water. Something like this where the water's coming out of the ground. If you can find like a clear enough trickle of it where you can get the water without getting the dirt and debris. But luckily I have my water. And you know, there's I am starting to realize that the nature of this walking and talking episode is taking on some of the characteristics that I could judge negatively, of it being less focused or confused. You know, and unformed thoughts wandering or something. But and this is the sort of thing that I am really critical of when I'm not walking and talking, when I'm thinking of walking and talking, especially if I ever watch an episode. I cringe at just this sort of thing. Of myself feeling mentally, narratively not knowing exactly what I'm doing, not knowing exactly what I'm talking about. Yet at the same time, I understand that where I'm at right now in this episode is just an extension of something that I felt very positive about, that this also feels like the truth to me. This also feels like the way forward, even if I am getting into more of the experience of not knowing where I'm going with this. I'm finding more of these moments where a thought comes out, I say it, and then I see that thought from a different dimension, and my next thought becomes Yeah, my next thought goes off in one of the alternate dimensions, looking back on that thought in a way that I didn't predict when I was initially expressing that thought. So I keep finding myself saying things that I didn't anticipate saying and thinking things that I didn't anticipate thinking, which can be kind of disorienting and destabilizing. And that's the sort of thing one tends to protect oneself against. And in a way, I know that I'm constantly trying to integrate all these different tangents and thoughts into some coherent thing. And so I'm constantly kind of working to maintain some semblance of stability, some of coherency with what I'm saying. Like, you understand what I'm saying, right? But at the same time, you don't understand. It's as if I'm communicating to you a non-understanding, right? Are you getting this? Are you getting this non-understanding? So if you don't understand, then you understand. But as I was saying, like, increasingly now, as time has gone on in this walking and talking, I'm thinking and saying things that I didn't anticipate saying, and so it feels like discovering, and I don't feel so confident exactly with what I'm saying, but at the same time, I'm finding a way to accept this instability, and it seems like in accepting it, that grants a form of stability, as if I don't struggle against this unknowingness, this disorientation, if I don't struggle against it, if I keep relaxing into it, then I can just flow with it and not worry, not build up any kind of reaction to it. I can continue to float in the abyss of understanding. Like, for instance, like, could you recount what I've been talking about for the last 20 minutes or so? Or even the last 15 minutes, or, the last 15 minutes, like, what have I been talking about? And yet, like, it's would be really hard to describe, at least for me. Like, I can't really summarize what I've been talking about. But at the same time, there's some form of understanding going on. There's some form of knowing that what you're hearing is totally contiguous with perfect sense making, you know? I started this episode speaking in a way that's feels totally rational to me, totally easy to understand, and just kind of just continued on that track. And now here we are in a state where it's almost difficult to keep talking because it feels like so open. Almost overwhelmingly free. And yet something that is totally agreeable with sense making, not in any way at odds with sense making. You see what I'm saying? Everything that I'm saying does not make sense. You are understanding my words. You are receiving a meaning of sorts. But what that meaning seems to be conveying is total meaninglessness. Like you and I are right now in this moment kind of playing in a field of meaningless that is based upon meaning. Like, this wouldn't be communicated if the words that I were saying were not meaningful. If we didn't have this shared understanding. Like, you are understanding me. And I am, in a sense, understanding you enough to be able to communicate. Like, we are understanding each other. But what that's all leading towards is a kind of non-understanding. Because, like, okay, we're understanding each other, but about what, you know? What is the subject matter here is the question. What the hell are we talking about is the question. And, well, you know, we answered that already. What we're talking about is what we're talking about. The answer is contained there in the question. And I love this. I think that not eating for like the first half of the day is really conducive to this. You know, being a little bit physically empty for me always, you know, not starving or anything, not famished, not malnourished, but just like having a little emptiness in my belly somehow physiologically and psychologically like is conducive to a congenial experience of emptiness. Mentally. I've got the hiccups now. And I always get this feeling like of always do this, always fast for the first part of the day and walk and talk. Always do that. Every time that I feel like this. But it's not that simple. Because if I try and stick doggedly to that, the wrong attitude can come up. There's a hummingbird over there. Because it can manifest as like a hyper-agentic self that needs to control and that thinks it can control things by maintaining a rigid schedule. And just like brute forcing life, you know? It's like sometimes I want to brute force life by being really strict and regular about things, like tell it like if I don't make a walking and talking video every day, I'm fucking up. And maybe there's truth to that. Maybe I am fucking up to some extent by not being focused enough. But at the same time, sometimes when I try and stick doggedly to something like that, like then I just notice this tension in myself arise, this need to control my life that just doesn't work. Like that can manifest as too single-minded, too narrow-minded an approach. Too dualistic. Of I'm gonna take the reins of my life starting today. Sort of attitude. Even though, like, how many times have I felt that way? How many times have I been like, all right, I'm getting serious about life starting now. No more fucking around. All those other times I said that, now's the real time. Now's the time to really begin my life. Not like those other times when I just thought I was getting serious, but then I slacked off or something. Then I fucked up. No more fucking around. Now I'm really doing life. Gonna walk and talk and sit and smile and practice drums and meditate and exercise every single day. Strict schedule. discipline. I mean, for sure, some amount of that. Because in some way, it could be said that it's a practice of discipline to at least to keep doing these videos at all when I always have so many doubts. Just like it's just a framework to kind of counter my doubting self. But there's give and take. There's advantages and disadvantages. Of discipline, because on one hand, it keeps you structured and moving, but then on the other hand, it can also coincide with rigidity and not being open enough. So it's weird. There's always this dialogue between structure and discipline on one hand and openness and flexibility on the other hand. Too much of one or the other creates problems. And for me, everything that's beautiful is like a balance between those. A balance between order and chaos. Because what life is the nexus between order and chaos, between the known and the unknown. Which way did I come from? I wish I could just rewind the video and watch it so I could figure out which direction I came from. This is what life is. What consciousness is, even. The nexus between the known and the unknown. And this is also what time is. Time and consciousness. Hold on a sec. So our human experience of time as being linear, as having a direction, as being directional. We're moving from the past into the future. Why is that? Why does the future have this different quality than the past? in that we seem to know what happened in the past, but we don't know what is happening in the future. And here we're always in the present. Why are we in this exact moment of the present as opposed to any other moment? Why now? Why were we born when we were born? Why do we happen to be alive right now when it's astronomically more likely that now occurs in a time before we were born or after we were dead? Why is it that we just happen to be alive right now? All of us. You, me, everybody you know. We all just happen to be alive right now. Aren't we lucky? Didn't we we are like the lottery winners. And that now doesn't happen to be either before we were born or after we died. How astronomically unlikely that is. We're so effing lucky. That we're conscious right now. And why are we conscious? Why is there consciousness? Why is there subjective experience? Huh? Riddle me that. Why is there subjective experience? Everything can be explained in a scientific material sense without the need for consciousness. Everything we do as people can be explained psychologically, can be explained sociologically, biologically. Indeed, everything that we do can be clearly explained this way. Everything that we do can be explained through any number of these lenses, ranging from the individual to the individual psychology, to systems like sociology and biology. It's like our subjective experience isn't even needed to explain all that. So why is it here? Why is it here? Why are we experiencing being alive? Why are we experiencing this particular life? As opposed to the billions of other lives we could experience just in human form, not to mention all the other aminals out there. Where did I come from? Which way did These gnats are making it a little challenging to contemplate the hard question of consciousness. But maybe not, because they're involved in this question too. Okay. So we're here in our human experiences, our human bodies, our finite human lives, and we're looking out upon the rest of the world, and we perceive not only all these other humans, but all these other life forms, and we're looking back upon our history and looking forward towards the future, at all these other past lives and all these other potential future lives. And there's this question of like, why is it that we're here in this particular individual position, having this particular life at this particular moment? And what's happening is that perception of the outside world, of perceiving other humans, perceiving other animals, other life forms, that very act of perception is a very particular function of the way that the agglomeration of matter and energy that constitutes yourself is arranged. That is like, on one hand we can say it's like it's peculiar and just astronomically unlikely that what I am is this very specific arrangement of matter that happens to be consist of a human body, a human mind that has eyeballs, like an eye. What an amazingly complex and specific arrangement of matter an eyeball is. How incredibly rare. How could that just happen on accident, we think? And this is like a creationist argument. Like, how, and I can understand why. It's a fairly compelling argument. Holy cow, the video stopped for a moment. Anyways, I'm just trying to think through here a way to kind of explain what's going on when we, as humans, perceive the human experience as being so central and being so unique and special, and as being so incredibly complex. Like, we perceive the human brain as being the most complex piece of individual matter, that size, that we know of. And even if we take some of our like objective to the extent that we know how to be objective in science, like any way that we can measure complexity of an arrangement of matter, like the human brain is the most complex arrangement of matter that we are aware of, for something this size in the universe. So what's going on with that? And something like the eyeball, like we perceive the eyeball as being something so complex that it would be astronomically unlikely for it to be just happen out of chance per se, as being an emergent phenomenon. And so what's up with this? But what's happening is like the way that the physical world has manifested, like the way that the human biology has evolved, and it is indeed, in scientific materialist sense, in an objective third-person viewpoint, the evolution of the human is completely consistent with any laws of physics that govern everything else. Like it's not, it doesn't mystify physics, and if you think it does, I'll go into that. I can go into that later. But at the same time, our worldview, our subjectivity, is structured in a way that's perfectly equivalent to the way that the physical matter has evolved. So our perception, our sensual perception, seeing the world, like, which is such an important and foundational way that the vast majority of us understand the world and create ourselves, is very based in the visual, in our seeing. That very process of seeing itself, is merely the subjective side of the evolution of the eyeball and the optic nerve and the parts of the mind that process that information. It's merely the other side of the coin of that physical emergence. You know what I'm saying? Like there wouldn't be seeing as we know it if we didn't have eyes as we know them, and the physical processing areas of the brain as we know them, and so in the exact same way that the physical world has emergently manifested some of its matter as humans with eyes, in the same way the subjective side of reality evolves in parallel with that, and so that a portion of consciousness is emergent as seeing, as human sight, and as other animals' sight. You know what I'm saying? Like the physical emergent phenomenon of the human body is concurrent with the subjective consciousness forming phenomenon of human experience, and they are simply just two sides of the same thing. and I'm using kind of sight as one example of this, but our consciousness itself, like the human consciousness itself, is just another example of this, that is the subjective side of the emergent phenomenon of human biology, the body and the brain. So that, like, the brain, every single thought that we have, every single concept that we have has its physical counterpart in the brain. It's physical neurons firing in tandem with each other in this in the most complex arrangement of matter that we know of. And why is it the most complex arrangement of matter that we know of? Because it's what we use. It is the extent. It demarcates the complexity with which we can understand the world. The brain, you know, is the limit, kind of. This perceptual, conceptual apparatus is the kind of is the physical counterpart to our consciousness. And so our consciousness is evolving, and through kind of conceptual technology, cultural technology, we evolve our worldviews, and through physical technology, telescopes and astronomy, microscopes and microbiology and physics, etc. Understanding of the world is further extended and made further complex as these physical developments also evolve. The physical evolution of technology, such as the sciences use to understand things about our universe that we couldn't see with the naked eye. That is a physical complexity that's evolving, and its subjective counterpart to that is the subjective experience of knowing how big the universe is, our place in it, how small we are in the universe. Like, amazing leaps, you know? Just think about the leap of Copernicus to realize that the Earth is not the center of the universe is a huge leap. It's a sort of thing that, and so, like, when we think that we have the most complex type of consciousness, it's because our understanding of complexity itself is limited by the physical apparatus that we have. We know as much as we know about ourselves and about the world. And we are identified with these most advanced understandings. The most complex understanding you have of yourself is what you identify with, more so than comparatively simple conceptions of yourself. You don't identify as just your body, because your body is a comparatively simpler thing than your mind and your brain. And culturally, we don't identify ultimately as animals. We identify as having like several other levels of complexity of thought and of emotion and of understanding going on top of our being animals. And like it, and at any time when we like reduce another human to animal status, like that is correctly a horrible crime, you know, to treat another human that has this same capacity of complex understanding, complex feeling, to nothing more than an animal, which is something that has happened throughout history. That's rightly a crime, because we are identified with like the leading edge of our evolution, both materially and subjectively. And so that brings me back to this question of why me here now? Why was I born into this body right now? Why am I alive right now? And the thing is that everything that has ever been or ever will be anywhere in reality has its own here-ness and now-ness and subjectivity, if you will. And when I say that, I don't want you to misunderstand me and think that I'm projecting the human experience onto other life forms and to other forms of matter. That's not the case. But consciousness is something that is both everywhere and here at the same time. That is, the center of consciousness is both perfectly immediately here and is universally everywhere. And it perceives itself sometimes masked by duality. It's like filtered through the multitudinous manifestations of the many. But even the many, is an artifact of perception, an artifact of conception. It's still just a part of it seeing itself, of I seeing I. Perception and conception themselves create the multitudinous manifestations of the everything, the fecundity of the world, the ceaseless variety, ceaseless variation and discovery of the world, created by perception and conception. But perception and conception so this ceaseless, this variety being merely just like artifact of perception and conception, which are just like linking features of unity, which is a fancy way of saying that we see ourselves everywhere, or that everything is the self seeing the self. That everything that exists is like a sublime gift from yourself to yourself, from the self to itself. That there's no loss, there's no beginning or end, there's no disappearance, but all of those things are just the self being the self. that in a sense, you will always be the most complex thing that exists. And even to say, like, this tulip poplar here, I see this tulip poplar in human terms, in these categories of tree, and I see it in relation to my structure of being, my consciousness, and therefore I see it as being having a less complex experience. But think about that. Think about me, a human, imagining the experience of a tree, imagining the subjectivity of a tree. But we can just think with our human-based logic, gosh, a tree doesn't have the same mechanisms of perceptions that humans do. It doesn't have a brain in the way that humans do. And would be entirely realistic to suppose that a tree does not have anything like the same types of conception of individuality, of life and death, of temporality, of good and bad. It's something entirely different. And if a tree has any kind of conception of a human, which I am not even sure, or like a tree's experience of a human, it would be nothing like the way that humans conceive of humanity, of humanness. And I think a tree has some shape of subjectivity, some formation of consciousness. But I think in all likelihood, any the differentiation between subject object is nowhere near as strong as it is in a tree as it is in humans. You know what I'm saying? Like, the human subject object division is incredibly complex because it involves all our mechanisms of sensing. It involves all our layers of cognition. And it involves all the mechanisms of survival that we have. And so I think the trees, like, to any extent that the tree has like subject object duality in its experience, it involves the tree's biological mechanisms of survival. But it would be wrong for me to project any components of human experience onto a tree or another being, really. It's like some other beings have levels of complexity that more closely resemble humans. That's why we do make this hierarchy of the intelligence of animals, and why killing a dolphin is way more evil than killing a mosquito, because obviously dolphins are having an experience that's closer to human experience, and so we recognize that and feel varying degrees of compulsion to help maintain experience that resembles human experience as morality. And we, to varying degrees, extend this onto other living organisms, extending the respect for life to other organisms. But we certainly all have this hierarchy where if we had to make a choice between killing a tree and killing a human, the choice is obvious: we kill the tree. And so some formations of morality involve attempting to hold all life as sacred as possible. Understandably, it's like a widening ring of empathy, a widening recognition of the similarities between our own experience and others. But when we widen even further than that, like we've gone beyond sentience to all life forms, we go further, we get to things that are not animate in our conception, like a rock or whatever, or like a virus, or is like where the line gets kind of blurry. Like some viruses, it's like sort of a life form, but it's also so simple that it can be looked at from a molecular standpoint as just like a certain kind of molecule behaving molecularly. It's like the edge case of biology. And so then, when you get to that point, it's like the question of preserving something becomes a moot point, because like you look at a stone, and we can have our certain kind of understanding of a stone's experience, which is to say, it's maybe not really experience at all in terms of what we consider experience. That is, a stone, in our understanding, has nothing of the differentiating mechanisms. If I think of a stone, I think of something that has no duality, has no subject-object division, has no life drive. It's a formation of matter that, in my understanding of complexity, is one of the most simple, in that it does not have the layers of biology, does not have the complex formations of its subjectivity, the complex twisting around and sculpting of its subjectivity that gives it this subject object perspective that the human has. But nonetheless, so like I think of the stone as the site where, and all inanimate matter for that matter, where the material and consciousness are undifferentiated. The subjective and the objective are undifferentiated. And that is in no way any kind of value judgment. It's just like the center of consciousness is there as well. And in fact, even the stone, even our conception, even our perception of the stone is still an artifact of our humanness, is still an extension of our humanness. Because the stone in itself has no perception, no conception of stoneness. The stoneness is not a stone to itself. You know what I'm saying? As if you are conceiving of like we are almost destined to always make the error of anthropomorphizing to some degree everything that we think about. Like when we are thinking about consciousness and thinking about what form of consciousness these other beings have, we as humans are always conceiving of that as some modification of the human experience. But in the other way around, like from any other, we can also have some kind of experience of, we can also go the other way and be like, the rabbit is conceiving of other beings' consciousness always as modifications of rabbitness. Or the stone's experience of the rest of the world is only modification of stoneness, and its complexity is limited to the complexity of stoneness, which is something that is totally undifferentiated. And so it's like trying to figure out, like, why is it that my experience seems centered here where I am, as opposed to the rest of the world, is kind of a tricky paradox. Because we have to make this leap somehow of realizing that it is, in fact, this experience that creates the rest of the world, or the rest of the world is a kind of is in actuality, in the most ultimate sense, a projection out of this consciousness, which is everything. And the way that I say this, it's very easy to misinterpret this as solipsism. That's the most easy way to misinterpret, as being profoundly narcissistic, as to think that my individual consciousness is all that exists, and the world is all something created out of my own mind. But that would be a misunderstanding. It's more the case that the self as an individual is kind of like a perceptual and cognitive apparition or artifact of the supreme unity. That the understanding of there being individuation, of there being a self in opposition to the world, and I just mean a self that is apart from the world, that being a type of relative, like a sort of mirage, that is kind of like the face of reality, or a face of reality. And this question of why does there appear to be differentiation at all? Why does there appear to be this individuation? Why would there appear this separation? Is it a mistake? Is it, am I always kind of like mistaken and just abiding in relative truth to act as separate from the world, as that I keep seeming to perceive the self? But it's not a mistake. It's all love. It is the one it is the one always kind of being with itself. I don't know how to say it. It's as if separation is needed for there to be unity. Man, I feel like I'm walking in circles. I think I did just make a big loop. Are we at the end of this? Let's make this the end. Let's make this the end of the video. We'll make this the end of the video and then I'll figure out where in blue blazes I am. Although Let's get a load of these black raspberries. All right, this is the end of the video. I'm gonna eat some black raspberries and then figure out where the heck I am. All right. Bye.